not be able to do independently. So that tends to go in like a 3-week run as a flagship within the season, and then we plot stuff around it. So then we'll start doing a long run for 1 week, we'll put in any kind of regular bits of programming. Say every Tuesday is going to be a scratch, and then we fill in the edges with like 1 or 2 groups here. It's sort of complicated and not, you know, it's just trying to make everything fit. Whether it's artistically excellent, I think is the other thing, is our priority. And I guess whenever we're talking about stuff like this, we'll be like, this is our practice, this is what we do, these are the rules. I think it's probably fair to say there are always exceptions to that, like policy. Whenever something lands on your desk, when you see a show and you're like, oh, that's incredible, I am going to make it work. So it's, yeah, taking it with a pinch of salt, I suppose.
Yeah, like with Tara, it's an interesting one because Natasha, well, Tara's been, like, since its inception has always been just like particularly charged work, right? And that means different things to a lot of people. For me, I'm with the political stuff, I need it to be absurd. Like, that's where I like my shit. Like, magical surrealism and absurdism. So if that kind of reconciles with politics as well, that's where I'm going to push for. But that's not necessarily, that's what me and Natasha will grapple. And so she's got a very specific idea of what she wants. I'll explain what I kind of want, and we'll see how we work together in that. Ultimately, she's what she says wins. Do you know what I mean? And I would say, like, yeah, that's kind of, there's not much else to really add into that. Some of the stuff that we kind of go see, like, we always have remit to kind of like explore work that exists outside of what people have said. So if you invite us to see some new stuff, we'll go see it. If it feels like it reconciles with our political identity, then we're going to push for it. Like, if you see our season, if you go to our school later, you can see our program. There's a show. I don't know if it's actually in it. Frederick, it's not on it, is it? Permission. It's on the page. It is. It's on our program. That show was a co-commission. That show we just went to the space. Is the space done now? The space.
You mean the digital?
No, the theatre. Is it finished? It's done. It's still there. Yeah, that's what we found it. That's what we found permission. Natasha went to go see it, and she was like super keen on it. And yeah, we just done a co-commission. We were like, sometimes we have to break the rules a little bit. I mean, like, and also just make economic sense to start pushing into that direction. Am I answering your question?
Yes. Lovely answer. I've also learned that space may or may not still be there. Apparently it is. That's a yes. Thank you, Grant.
Yeah, so a lot of what's been said already. So what economically it has to balance, of course, but and what I might think is going to be the season invariably changes. Like what that starting point is and where it finishes, I think, is never ever been the same. For a variety of reasons, mostly because of funding, because a lot of the work that comes here is Arts Council funded, so funding applications being successful or not successful, that's a whole time thing. But once something's been committed to being programmed, we just slide dates around. It's really great when maybe 3 or 4 pieces of work turns up that has a narrative in it. Like I at the beginning of the year, I had 4 one-week shows, and they were all from international artists, and that was really lovely because from those 4 pieces of work that we could build in post-show conversations, and that narrative was really exciting. That's a new thing. Likewise, I will have a season of Irish work, or maybe work that marks International Women's Day. So that varies year in, year out in seasons. But essentially, if I can have a classical reimagined, like we've got Blood Wedding written by Barney Morris at the moment, so that's it, and that's great when that turns up. We've got Tangle Theatre coming to us with Julius Caesar, and the real question about reimagined work is, well, why do it? What's relevant about it? It's not just, it's got to speak to us somehow. So in all of the work, whether it is classically reimagined or it's new writing, is why do this piece of work now? what's relevant about it, what's it saying to the other work that's in the season. So we really do kind of investigate in, really kind of excavate what is the reason for doing the work, who's going to come and see it, why do this. So we have a lot of conversations around that. And invariably it is those kind of, so new writing after Barney's work's gone out, we've got Cul-de-sac, which is a piece of new writing coming in, David Shopland, and that is very much talking to the locality. This piece of work is very much about this part of South London we were in, so that's a nice narrative. So if it's relevant for location, for space, for community, and really interested, what are those stories that no one's talking about or haven't heard or need to be heard more of? That's really important to us as well.
Yes, so theatre, I could honestly echo a lot of the thoughts that Rio just shared about. It is a bit like playing Tetris. I think there's so many different communities that someone tries to serve with the program. So I think one of my most favorite moments in the Soho Theatre Bar is, for example, tonight we have a South Asian show, and so I know there'll be South Asian audiences coming, some like Hindi music playing on my street food at the bar. And there's Mia, brilliant cabaret performer who have their own audiences. There's a press night in the corner with a photo booth and box and everything. And then there's the new writing audience, and they're all just in one beautiful, messy space, which is the Soho Theatre Bar. And I think that's sort of the best way to think about the program. When we run workshops around the UK, we usually open by asking people to use one word to describe Soho Theatre, and every word is completely different. And I think that is something that's both a huge source of pride and extremely challenging in trying to create sort of a cohesive identity. But I think from your perspective, it means that there is no one type of Soho show. I think what we do say is that most shows, they need to shout, not whisper. And that's not because we don't love whispers, but it's because with 7 shows a night, we need something that can take its place and stand for what it is, and bring in communities that understand who we serve and we cater to. So yeah, that would be the way of talking about the program. I think it's also important to say that we work a lot with independent theatre producers and companies, so a lot of the shows are received and produced by visiting companies, but there's a lot of sort of nurturing and handholding that goes in that as well. So I think we really love to collaborate with the companies that visit our visiting companies within the program. So for example, there was a show last year called Vitamin D. They were a fairly new company. They received a 60K Arts Council grant, which was absolutely fantastic. And I think the process of working together involved a lot of creative collaboration, and we really work with the companies to make sure that the show takes up the space it needs to stand out in the program, and just is successful and thrives. So yeah.
So when that happens, when you work with a producer, what's that first conversation? Do you give them a deal and you tell them that it's in your arts council application? How are you starting that conversation?
There are many different ways in. So there's obviously some companies where their existing relationships are already in place, and so we have sort of natural ways of communicating there. The open submissions portal is really useful to invite us to come see shows, because then we can come see a show and then have a meeting afterwards about the show with the producer. There's many different deals that exist. The standard is like a 60-40 split in favor of the artist, but they look many different ways. So sometimes we'll co-commission play, we'll co-produce a play. Oftentimes, if we feel really strongly about a show, we'll try and match make the show with the producer that we know. So that happens quite a bit, because I think the orbit of Soho Theatre is so large that we tend to, know people might fit in well together, and then to see if there's ways in which we can make the show happen. And like I said, because we have so many different spaces now, it's also about figuring out what show is for what space. So something might be better for the studio space. There might be a very large scale show that could be great for a 960-seat venue in Walthamstow. Sometimes we only work on shows specifically at the Fringe. So we'll bring a show to the Fringe, and that's the way in which we lead that show. And yeah, and I should also say that for anyone who doesn't know about the Labs programs, That's a really big part of the work we do. So there's a 9-month Writers Lab program, as well as shorter, like 6 to 8 week programs for drag, cabaret, comedy, sketch, and like I mentioned, Soho Rising Festival is specifically for alumni of those programs, but I think in general, if someone has come through the labs programs, they already have a relationship with our team in some way, so we very much continue those conversations and try and nurture the artists who come through our labs programs so that their shows can end up on our stage someday. And if you look at the program, so many of the writers and performers that we program have come through the labs program.
Thank you. All right, I'll ask you a question. Was around what are you now? And I'm getting more to the slightly more media questions now, the challenging ones in a way. Is what do you find yourself getting pitched a lot of, or in excess of, and what would you like to see pitched more towards you?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it really does go in trends, and it's interesting to see what we have on whatever's programmed generally creates a lot of submissions based on that. So we had a really great piece of work written by Sabrina and Arcos Archives Expertise. Neurodiversity is essentially the theme of that. And it was really great. And so that meant that we had a lot of work on the back end of that kit, because people saw it on the website, whatever, and then that encouraged a lot of people to send their submissions. And now, because of just the landscape that we're in, I now have to really look at audiences and audience development. And so these fantastic shows that I really, really want, because they're brilliant quality and they're really important stories, I can't program those as often as I want to be able to program, because our audiences have really changed since the pandemic, really changed massively. Not only the kind of booking habits beforehand, but where audiences are going to go and spend their 20 quid or 12 quid. It's really changed massively. And unfortunately, these fantastic shows are not, we have to, in terms of the 3-week run, I now have to think about, okay, I can put them into a different model, because I want them to have the audiences that they deserve. But in terms of going back to the economics of the balancing, I know that Classic Reimagined will get a wider, more universal audience. So it's what I want and what I actually have to do of becoming that kind of gap. And it's getting tougher, really getting tougher, and that's, I've got to think harder about how to make it work. So I want to keep receiving the work. It's not about what people are submitting, it's just about making sure that I can really make that experience really positive for the visiting artists that's coming, for the audience that's coming, so that they'll come back and build that relationship. So it's not so much what I want more of, it's about how to really work the program so that it's the best experience, do you know what I mean, for everyone involved. That feels to be key, so I don't want to be in a position to go, send me that stuff, don't send me that stuff. It's about quality, fundamentally. It's about those stories that really need to be told. That's the bottom line, and it's up to me to make it work somehow. Do you know? I want to switch the power and balance around. I think I cannot do my job without you. Just can't do it. Can't do it without you bringing stuff. And the collaboration is vitally important. And I think as venues, really key to change that power and balance about how the narrative goes. So many times on panels it's like, we can't, how do we talk to people, how do we get just cannot exist without you. Just literally can't exist. It feels to me that that's why I don't want to say, don't send me this and send me that. Do you know, I don't want to be restricted in that way.
Thank you. Yeah.
What was the question? What do we get too much of?
Yeah.
I'm going to read that question. Trying to phrase this non-problematically. Dramaturgy unearned trauma. And I think that's probably symptomatic of the fact that because we're so small, we get a lot of solo artists. kind of solo making, writing, producing shows. And so often lived experience is one of the things that people make a show about. And in some ways it's much easier to kind of have that conversation, give that note here on a panel than it is one-to-one with an artist, because when someone has really like given their soul to a piece, and they shared something really difficult that they've lived through, and that is true, it's very hard to give a note to someone that is not dramatically working. But actually, I say it because I think we have a responsibility to artists to like support them to make the work they want to make. Everybody wants to make excellent work. So yeah, that. I think there was something around, knowing the audiences for the work is a really good thing. Like, for whatever reason, the audiences we have at Camden are very queer. We have a lot of lived experience in terms of disability in our audiences. And so what that means for our programming is that it's less likely that we are going to program a show about a middle-class white gay man coming out, because we were programming that 30 years ago. And that absolutely isn't to say that those aren't like incredibly important stories, because they are. And in my previous job at Leeds Playhouse in the studio there, that's exactly the kind of work that I needed to be told in that space. So I think it's about being really intentional and strategic about like who is the right audience for your show, who is going to give it the best kind of most interesting conversation for you, who is ready to receive your work, who's going to get the most out of it. No, I'll stop there.
You can ask about team.
Yeah, I think we're a bit stricter with our programming for sure, because it has to be political. That's just the identity of the work that we're doing. So, and it has to follow it has to fall in line with the obligations that we've given that particular year. So this year, we're focusing on work that revolves around the climate emergency, artificial intelligence, AI, and war and protest. And so if you get, what I find is that people can submit work, but they haven't done research. A lot of people try to do research about our company, they're submitting, and they don't even know that we're South Asian data. You had no clue about that. And so I would say a lot of people just don't do the research in terms of doing just a bit of background and find out why this company was formed, and why the work we do is so important. So I would say, we are stricter in terms of like it needs to have a political edge to it, and it needs to fall in line with the publications that we receive that we kind of give in a particular year. In terms of audience, it's quite interesting because I think pre-2016, after like the way we refurbished, our first artist director, who kind of like, when the company first formed in 1977, he was there until like 2016, I think. The demographic of people that were coming to the theatre was getting old. The same people that were coming from the 70s was still around at the same time as in 2016. It came kind of a little bit of a closed-off group. And then I think when Abdul Sheikh took over, rest in peace, he completely transformed the space and became way more of a youth hub. And he galvanized a new kind of like group of South Asian creators coming into the space. And then Natasha really championed that and just took over that and kind of exemplified that even further. And so what we're finding now is like a really nice group of young people who are coming into the space, young South Asian people. And that's kind of like reflected in the programming a little bit more. It's like we're going to place a little bit more exciting, more fresh, do you know what I mean? That's not to say that we're still not trying to find those intergenerational stories that feel like, hey, we haven't forgotten about the past. But it just means we just give you a little bit more flavor to the future a little bit, because it's been so neglected. Yeah.
Right. So that's a bit more about audiences in the set. What's you now? Sorry. No, it's good. It's good. It's making me think a bit further more about that. Was about what pitches do you get a lot of, and what pitches do you want to see more?
Well, I think we get a lot of pitches. It's interesting, I think you mentioned something earlier. A lot of times someone will be like, this is such a Soho show, and then they'll pitch the show. And yeah, it's always good, but like I said, there is no real definition of what a Soho show is. So I actually think that we, don't have too many preconceived ideas of what would work and not work, because I think theatre programs are also, it's creative work, what we are doing as well, and it's always evolving in terms of thinking about the landscape of the world, like what stories, we should be platforming and things like that. So I think the best pitch is just something that it just tells us exactly what your show is, and is quite, just straightforward, I guess. I guess we get a lot of pitches, obviously, of, two-handers or one-person shows. That's to say, our studio space is definitely more catered to that, but we do have a main house space as well, and so I think one thing we really are trying to encourage is send us the big plays too, send us the serious plays, send us the, send us everything basically. I think good art speaks for what it is, and we work really hard to read as much as we can and watch as much as we can, and I think when we see an honest, exciting new voice, it just speaks for itself. So, yeah.
I'm going to ask a quick question about what audiences that you're maybe not reaching, maybe you want to reach, and then we'll work to agree. So, yes.
Our audience is kind of really interesting because it is segmented depending on what is being programmed. It's not one core audience. It's really very much like if there is queer work, we will invariably get a queer audience. If it's whatever that is on the main space, that will affect the audience. What I would like to do is to get more of a mixture of audiences, because there's just there's some work I think actually, Clapham person that's been here for 60 years needs to see this show. Really, it's important, and that's my challenge, is to get them to see the really exciting work that they would never choose to go see because they would want to go and see the maybe more traditional or something. So that's what I'm trying to do, and that's really hard. To integrate that. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. The segmented audiences are happening. How do I get those people to really enjoy it? That's figuring that out.
Like I said, it's quite a mixed bag. So I think we program a lot of requests
has genuinely considered accessibility in a kind of creative and user-friendly way. So that's very to say. Having your own is a new thing for us, and that is asking managers to come along into steering group. You're based in Camden. We don't have particularly known audiences actually as people trying to travel into Camden to see the work. So trying to do that for our local community is on the agenda. We are co-creating these with the artists who live on the street around that. Hoping to create some kind of tips about our work. So maybe have that. I would love to hear those other pieces.
Yeah, I think on the first one, I think it's the whole iteration or challenge
and this time we straight up. So here you go.
Really quickly, I think we have been translations actually, what we've done in learners work that hasn't worked for years, and we're probably not going to program like a mix of live stream, but it doesn't have to be the first time that we set on stage.
Yeah, we have a festival of translated works every summer, so really interesting how that comes quite a lot of translated works into that, which is really interesting. So very
Yeah, and what Ferguson as well, it's just new work. We consider translation to be new work. It's just not relying kind of, well, that's not it. We would still rely on all text including.
Yeah, so I chatted to Natasha, quite keen actually, that's something we want to explore in the next like 2-3 years, and she's planning it, like she's saying, but yeah, like that's something that she wants to start exploring a bit more.
Okay, no question?
Yeah, so I think the translated for like it was short of one language and after it was translated. Okay, so that's
Yeah, I just wanted to ask what is your program window, like how far ahead do you program
Well, we do program quite far. We do program far in advance. I think with the festival program, things are always, it is playing game of Tetris. So it is finding shows that work on top of comedy with the comedy program. So we do program well in advance, but it sometimes happens that a spot will open up, or we're trying to see how we can, match how we can build a program in a certain way. So sometimes we're literally just thinking time by
would you be shooting yourself in the foot a little bit as the artist to take that slot? Because that's kind of the position I've been in at the moment, and I'm like, is that a good idea? And I know that's a weird question to ask, but from the point of view of the artist, is it a good idea to take a last minute slot?
No, that's a very good question, and I think it's also about having an honest conversation with whoever has programmed you, because it's obviously in the theatre's best interest that that's a good slot for that artist. Also, like for example, with South Asia, like Edinburgh during August, maybe not a great slot for a lot of people because of Edinburgh, but I found that actually South Asian shows work really well in that slot because it's South Asian Heritage Month. So it's also about being quite specific. I think specific shows could have a better slot, but it's not a one-size-fits-all situation. So I think you have to think about the nature of your show, who you're trying to bring in, what else is maybe going on, and also just your capacity. Like I think some shows, if you're a solo performer, you can really, you have to think about your financial investment in the show, all the various factors that go into play. So some shows can just pop on next month and be quite successful, some can't, and it's about having an honest conversation on both sides about what that really means looks like.
So the first 2 weeks after Christmas were really tough, without a doubt. But what we do is we've got a series of rehearsed readings which work really well in that slot. And that means it warms up the season for the 3 weeks that comes in afterwards. So I know every January I have 2 weeks worth of double stack shows, rehearsed readings that come so that's really great. August, everyone's away. Also, when the sun comes out, May outwards, that can be a challenging time. But it's, we're in competition, we've got a comment like a minute away, so we're in competition with the environment, and it's, do you want to sit in the dark theatre, or do you want to go out and, a few pints of coffee?
If it's cool in the theatre,
Well, then that's it, that has happened too, and then I also know that summer's really great for festivals, so we have Edinburgh previews, and we have our Queer Arts Festival that works really well in our Spanish and Portuguese translation festival as well. So it really, and I've learned that over the years, but the conversations I want to have with people are really about being honest, because if it's not going to work, it's just miserable for everyone, and it just feels like, the collaboration is really key. So if I don't want to get more sherry just to put a slot because it's going to go down, because it's going to be just, everyone's going to hate everyone. I don't want that.
Can I quickly get everyone to do their programming slots? Because I think that was the question, and that's a really good question to hear.
Yeah. So I've got a week left in autumn, and then the autumn's done, and then I'm working on spring actively now, and that runs from January through to just before Easter. And then I'm even talking to people now about summer. But the stuff in spring is really fluid. The stuff for autumn and is 1 week, it's all locked in.
So that's like 9 months.
Yeah.
12 months.
Yeah. But then, I can lose a show, and then.
Almost exactly the same. So yeah, we are firming up for autumn winter 25 now. It's very unlikely that a new conversation would start at this point for autumn. We are throwing lots of things around for spring. But yeah, the nature of studio work is that it's often project grant reliant, which means that inevitably things fall out. And sometimes artists really worry about that and worry about kind of penciling in something for spring. So as I'm saying, we know that there's a fairly good chance you might have to drop out or rearrange, and that's okay. Yeah.
We're in quite an interesting position because Natasha, she went on maternity leave, and so she went on maternity leave, so she actually had to plan 2 years ahead, and so we're not locked in. But that doesn't mean there might be a slot that comes available. Like literally today, there was an artist who we were quite interested in, and there was a slot that just opened up in around June-ish time, which is quite empty for us. That's still possible if we pick up the work. Yeah.
So people are cheeky and go for.
Yeah, I think always go for it.
Yeah. We're hitting the end of our time, so I just wondered if we all wanted to just give a little bit closing statement, just a few thoughts. on well, I'll say, I think the things we've learned today are picture work, listen carefully to the programming policies you've heard today. Think carefully not just about like my work needs to go on, but the audiences that you're serving by getting that work on, and that the audience that will come and see that and hear carefully about where those audiences are coming from for these theatres and where you are going to be within that massive ever-moving game of Tetris, what piece you're going to be within that puzzle. So get your packs ready and send them out to everybody and get chatting to everybody and get chatting. Any other thoughts?
Well, just that if you have a question that you haven't had time to ask, please feel free to come and grab anything like that. That doesn't have to be a question specifically about Camden, but just like what are your general thoughts on this thing question? I'm sure we will be happy to kind of answer those over the course of the afternoon. If we've got any general industry stuff that we can help with.
Yeah. Well, it only leaves me to say thank you to the panels and thank you to all listening so wonderfully today. And let's, let's end this here. Thank you, guys.
start our fundraising panel, shall we? So I'd like to invite you to take a seat. Yeah, the conversation you're having in the marketplace. Everyone is sitting there after the
Hello everybody. We're about to start our second panel of the day, which is a fundraising panel which will be moderated by Amy from Cockpit. So if you'd like to sit down, take your seats if you want to watch this panel, and we'll kick off in a few short minutes. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you can join us for the fundraising panel, or if you don't want to join us, you can go sit down where you can spare your conversations. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, great, we're like clear. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much for joining us for STEM Connect, and this is our second panel of the day on fundraising. The F word. My name is Amy Tasker. I work at the Cockpit Theatre as the creative producer for the Theatre Maker, our artist development program. I also have my own creative practice as a writer and director. So I'm here kind of with both my hats on today, talking about fundraising and asking you questions that you hopefully are also asking yourselves. So hopefully I will get some answers for all of us. I'd like to preface this chat by busting a myth, and I want to credit Andrew Simonet, who's a wonderful writer about artists. If you don't know his ebook, which is free, Making Your Life as an Artist, I highly recommend that. I read it every year or two and really focus myself on its brilliant. Making Your Life as an Artist, if you Google that, you can download that for free. But Andrew Simonet says, artists are not bad with money. Artists are actually amazing with money. Artists make magic happen with hardly any money at all. We don't have a spending problem, we have an income problem. So that's what we're going to try and solve today. Just, small goals here. We're going to solve fundraising, we're going to get started, we're going to take the next steps with our fundraising work to make our theatre and performance happen. So I would like to introduce, I'll probably introduce myself now. I said my name is Amy Tasker. I am a white woman who just turned 40 but doesn't look it. I have curly brown short hair and tortoiseshell glasses. And that's my pronouns are she, her. And I'm going to invite our panelists now to introduce themselves. Could you do the whole? Yes, let's do the whole thing. Yeah.
Hello. I'm Ash Bowmott. I'm a cis woman. I'm white. I'm in my mid-30s, and I think it's she. What about her in a well, I use she, her pronouns. Yeah. So I am one half of duo called the Uncultured. I should say, I literally, even to talk about myself, and that's the right example, I've got such a, like, no brain in my head right now, so apologies if I'm literally looking over and going, yes, I'm a woman in my mid-30s. I have to literally check that, so I'm sorry. So yeah, I'm a freelancer, and I work with another freelancer called Laura Sweeney, and we work together as the Uncultured. People generally think we're an organisation, but we're not. We're just two freelancers running emails like everyone else. Together we produce, curate, facilitate, and advocate. With our producing work, that's mostly live and performance art, a little bit dance, a little bit visual art. We have a book and a film here and there, but mostly live and performance art. We are really interested in freelance working conditions. We've been fortunate enough to have been asked to curate or direct a number of national projects around this, including one on unpaid labour with Institute Arts up in Leeds, a number of pay parity reviews with organisations so we can support them to understand the fees they might be suggesting to freelancers they work with and the parity that might have with their salaries as well. And we're currently working on a resource on burnout and self-care practices for producers with reduced caring, which is part of our production down Brighton. After the pandemic, we created a project about live producers and how they shift and pivot their practice in response to the world, the sector, the art market, if you like, and that's all producing that live in interesting times. If you're a producer, there might be something in there for you. But mostly what we do is fundraise. We fundraise hundreds of thousands each year for individuals, and that is mostly through arts counselling. But Laura and I are overly interested in money. We're interested in the distribution of that money. We're interested in the very particular behaviour around economics of play in the arts, which is very different characteristics to a lot of other industries, and is very bound with the history and evolution of the profession of the arts. So most of the work that we do to support artists is to get money, but also around the use of that money, the strategy of that use, the sustainability or lack of that use. We personally think there's a crisis in sustainability and has been for about 10 years, so I'm not here to suggest that there's a sustainable way to maintain an artistic practice. And what that means not just for the art and the work that we make, but for the lives that we can live as people working in the arts. So we're probably basically best known as the people who make those arts council templates. So, yeah. And then Amy kind of asked us to say one thing. Amy said about saying, you know, if there's one take-home thing. That's part of our introduction. So I've written that down. If you take one thing home today, it's use money to get money. That's what rich people do. They have money, and so they can get more money. And that's how fundraising works. So if you ever get a commission or a bursary or some seed funding, don't assume that is done. Use that to be strategic with it and make that pot grow. Use it, leverage it, match funding to try and get more money. And the issue around that usually is time. So if somebody offers you money, make sure you bring your partners on that fundraising journey with you and remind them that it's going to take you time to do some further fundraising using that money to build a wider pot of resources. So use money to get money, which is my top tip.
Brilliant, Ash, thank you so much. Pam, would you like to introduce yourself? Hello. My name is Pam Vision, and I am from the Arts Council. A lot of what Ash said, I would agree with wholeheartedly. I am a white woman in my 50s, but look younger, and have long brown hair and black sort of black tongue, and I have an American accent, obviously, and these she. So the Arts Council, I've got 5 minutes to explain the Arts Council. Who has applied to the Arts Council? Okay, well, most of you. So we are an arms-length body, which means that we can directly report to government, but we do indirectly report to government with the DCMS. So we do have some regulations around what we use our money for. We get money from the government, grant aid, we get money from the National Lottery. And there are a lot of regulations around lottery grants. But because of that, we have the ability to give out lots of money in different forms to individuals, companies, to libraries, to museums. We have a large, I don't know exactly how many, about 200 NPOs, which are the national portfolio organizations across the country who receive regular funding from us. And then what we have, which you will all be interested in, is project grants, National Lottery project grants. And that is money for your projects. And the project is anything that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, so we know when it's finishing. It's not a marketing manager who's worked with over the years. It's literally a show that will finish at some point. And you can apply for under £30,000 and get a result, either successful or unsuccessful result within 8 weeks, am I right? Is that now true? And you can apply for over £30,000 and get a result in 3 months. Those applications are a little bit bigger. The under 30s are a little bit smaller and easier. And they all sort of are based on our strategy, which is called Let's Create. Now you can read it if you want to on the website. You can read an easy read version of it, but you don't have to. However, one of my projects, getting my from the Arts Council, is being a little bit familiar with Let's Create on that. Because even though you don't have to, you really don't have to dig down into every single bit of wording and give us that back to us. It does overarch all of our decisions. And so if it doesn't fit into our kind of general idea, and it's very wide, and it's very broad, there's very few art projects that don't fit into it, but just sort of understanding how we're looking at things is going to help an art application. And I'll just very briefly touch on another strand of funding we have, which might interest individuals, called Developing a Creative Practice, which is a small fund between £2,000 and £12,000 that is comes out 4 times a year. There is a deadline tomorrow, but don't put one in. Don't put into the next deadline. You're only allowed to put one successful in once in now it's a 4-year period, or 2 unsuccessful ones. So be careful about when you apply. But they are amazing grants because they are not for projects. They are literally for you to develop your creative practice. So they're not for you to continue doing what you've been doing for 3 years, but you get money. They're for you to really think about how you can open up, change, or create new strands, or think about working in collaboration, or think about working internationally, or really think about how your practice can develop. They're competitive. All of our funds are very competitive at the moment, and they're hard to get, but they're brilliant. You can get one of those. I think I'm going to leave that one there. Amazing.
Hi, I'm Grace O'Keefe. I am a 31-year-old white woman with blonde hair that is dip-dyed red. It's brush pink on one side and purple on the other because it's Gemini season. I'm wearing red trousers, and I work for a company called Greenlit, which is a crowdfunding platform for creative projects specifically. We started out in film. Actually, sorry, does everyone know what crowdfunding is? I'll briefly explain. Like, you've heard like Kickstarter, Indiegogo. Their platforms are basically you put up a campaign and people put money into them and they help fund your project at a very kind of basic level. Greenlit was founded specifically in the UK to only deal with creative projects, and one of our kind of unique features is that every project that comes to us will get a one-on-one session with me to help strategize their campaign and kind of talk about how to I'll get to year one. Crowdfunding is definitely a different, it's, I think, an interesting and increasingly important path to get funding as we're talking about funds, grants, maybe traditional models of funding have been harder to get in recent years. The great thing about crowdfunding is if you put the effort in, money does come out. It does take a lot of effort, however, so we never try to sell that this is the easy way to get money. It's not the easy way to get money, but if you do the steps that we outline, money will come in. Yes, so I think that's a little bit about Greenlit.
Thank you very much for those introductions. I'm really pleased that we have such a breadth and depth of knowledge on the panel today to talk about lots of different things that fundraising can mean. And I've made an incomplete list here of what that could be. We're talking about grants, Arts Council grants and other grants, crowdfunding, supporting kind, maybe corporate sponsorship, trusts and foundations, and many other creative ways that we can think of to get money for projects. So I'm really excited that we will cover lots of different ideas today. And I would like to pick up some threads that we've discussed so far in our panel. And that's the sort of transitional period that we find ourselves in right now. That there's a lot has changed in the last 5 years, obviously. And I think a lot is still changing. So maybe each of you could say a little bit about how you think things are changing and what you're doing to try to adapt. Or do you agree that things are changing?
I mean, I'll just start with everybody knows that there's a budget announcement on the 11th of June, and that matters a lot to us, the Arts Council. And so a lot is just being kind of held in aspect mode while we wait to see what the government's going to say about the budget. It directly affects how much money we have to give out. The signs are it's not going to be more than we currently have, but we hope that it will stay the same. It has been going down. I've been there 15 years, and it's just been going down since I. So the changes we see coming are some changes to the project grants. We won't ever get rid of it. It will stay at those two levels, that's 30, under 30, and under 30. Or we will still have NPOs. All of that will stay the same, but it's kind of given us the ability to structure those grants that we're going to probably be looking at over the next year.
I mean, yes, I guess the really difficult thing is the landscape continually changes. Before COVID, it was Conservative government and austerity. Before that, it was the financial crisis. There's multiple crises, omni-shambles that take place all the time. So being able to fundraise is an art of being able to recognise what's going on in the world and adapt to that. Now, I think what is very interesting is that, as Pam has already explained, knowing a little bit about Let's Create is really useful, and it might be quite key for applying to Arts Council, if only so you don't waste loads of time sticking something in that is in a highly competitive funding strand is unlikely to get it. You might as well save your time and spend 20 minutes trying to read through that, or go to any number of websites who share information about any of these things. And budgets are squeezed, and that makes the pot smaller with increasing need, and as everything gets more expensive, our money is stretched. And that is the same with any other aspect of fundraising. So the other types of things that Amy kind of mentioned, I might want to mention to you today is corporate giving, trusts and foundations, and I would say local councils. They're really three groups that you have that aren't covered sort of elsewhere on the panel, that are open to, in different ways, individuals, small organisations, up to kind of those with charitable status. Am I right to give a really quick rundown? So yeah, I had to write it down because I don't know, I
corporate giving, all of these things, by the way, tend to have at least 6-month lead-in. So that's again when I'm talking about that timeline that you need to think about fundraising. If someone offers you a little bit of money and you know that's the start and you know you need to go and get more, you're going to need to build in at least 6 to 12 months of generating more from any of these sources. So corporate giving is going to be a mostly transactional relationship. It might be a very large corporate. When we think about corporate giving, often we think about BP and Take, Barclays and Sub as well, so whatever you want to think about any of those things. And we think about the ethics behind a lot of that, but also it might be like, honestly, like whatever your thing, BP ain't giving you money. Do you know what I mean? Like, so don't worry. But your local print shop might print some flyers for you, and that's a very different prospect, and that is still corporate giving, and it's a much more accessible way of thinking about corporate giving. Often, at the level, certainly level I work at, corporate giving is about support in kind. It's about getting something that you otherwise pay for, but getting it for free, like some cut-price flyers, like some venue space, like I once got loads of Santander bikes for a project. I had about 500 Santander bikes coming for a project, so Santander technically do sponsor a project for everyone. I'm joking about it, I don't know. But you know, cash is sort of reserved for the large scale. We want our name on the building, we want a major commission in turbine hall or whatever. So that's the other level of corporate giving. And then, so obviously that changes as business reacts to what's going on in the wider world, and corporate giving will be one thing that they tighten their budgets on quite heavily. If they are worried about losing profit elsewhere, or they can't give to other things, that is going to be something that increases. So next is sort of trusts and foundations. Now, broadly, these are things that are focused on social good. Often, for the vast majority of them, people need charitable status to apply to a trust and foundation. If you don't know whether you should go for charitable status, the answer is probably no. Massive pain in the arse. But if you are doing something charitable and you think you should go for charitable status, it does open up a number of different routes for funding. But you could also be a community interest group, you could be a not-for-profit organisation to get to some of those trusts and foundations. Very few of them are open to just individuals alone. If you're not sure, you could tap up one of your local arts organisations to see if they can only have a look into their funding central portal, because you have to be an organisation to get on that, it's a subscription service. Although I randomly managed to get mine through my local council, so I don't know, see what you can do there. But funding central, that's where you kind of look at what's going on in trust and foundation land. And there are things like your local community foundations, they occasionally, again, they vary, like if you're in London, you have the London Community Foundation. They will do lots at different points in time as to whether you can apply as an individual or whether you need to be an organisation, a not-for-profit, a community interest, or have charitable status. If you are an individual, you can always partner with someone who might have one of those different statuses, and if they're not going for that funding, you can partner with them to try and get that. And then there are bodies who also distribute that through money, like Arts Council does, like National Arts Community Fund, Awards for All. And you can use that money, even though it's lottery money, you can use that to use it as match funding for Arts Council money. So there are ways of using all of these pots of money as your match funding to talking about it now as if it's directly yours, to get Arts Council money. But again, of course, all of those things are increasingly squeezed. The budgets are squeezed in all of those areas. And throughout COVID, trust and foundation money, where it is intended for a social good, a lot of that didn't very much stop reaching the arts. That's slightly different now. It's kind of the flow is there a bit more. And then just really briefly, the other thing that I would say is a really great starting point, particularly for individuals in local council. So, for example, here you have Hackney Council, so you have Create Hackney, Greenlit Hackney, Love Hackney, a few different variations. And if your work is about community cohesion, if it's about social inclusion, if it's about the heritage of an area, or if it's about like the fall on High Street or something like that, a local council is often a really good place to look at whether they have any pots that are available. Some areas, some boroughs, some areas outside of London have arts officers, an actual person, a human being you have to speak to, who are normally very open and interested to meet with the artists who are working in their local area, understand about your project, try and make connections with you if your work is happening on a high street, connections with your local business improvement district, things like that. Again, all of those bots almost completely disappeared through COVID because they had to be pivoted to sort of more frontline services. They've opened up enormously since then, but there is a shortfall on what there was pre-COVID. There will continue to be a shortfall where other frontline services, councils are, many of us know about the trouble that a lot of councils are in. They're having to push their spend into different directions in lots of places. So I guess in a very unbelievably long-winded way, I'll answer my question. I'm so sorry. Yes, lots changes all the time, and the general trend right now is we haven't got much. So we have to make the much that we've got useful. And I would suggest you always do that by scaling the work, not slashing people's fees.
Brilliant, thank you for that, Ash. It occurs to me as we're talking about these things we haven't said yet, that a good way to begin is to start with a budget, to figure out what your project is, what it costs, and when you're going to do everything. So we mentioned timeline a couple of times. But budget and timeline and a kind of overview of what it is you want to do are really the only place to start, and that will give you the foundation of any application that you do, whether that's to the Arts Council or creating a page on a crowdfunding platform or writing a letter to a foundation that might give you some money. You just need to know what is it you're doing, how much does it cost, and when are you going to do it. And that's the big. If you're feeling a bit overwhelmed with all the things that we've said so far, that's where to begin. Yes.
To that actually, well, my top tip when I give people advice on project grants is to make sure that your budget leads through to your application. So you're not talking about doing a really great school project, but it's not in your budget. And that happens a lot, that people have all these great ideas and they forget to actually budget for them. And that will kind of instantly weaken a project.
Brilliant, thank you. Grace, do you want to respond to the question about change? Or I have another question for you, if you prefer.
Yeah, I would say in terms of change, I started kind of working at Greenlit in 2020, so I've only seen the COVID world a bit. And interestingly, like early on, it was a bit like funding moved through crowdfunding. Like I guess people were just so eager to support the arts and show community. And it hasn't made we've consistently earned year on year on. But that's also our company getting bigger as well. So it's a bit hard to see our end. But people are still giving money even if pockets are a bit tighter now.
Brilliant, thank you. I think it's something I've noticed, and you may have thought there's 3 North American accents on this panel, which is kind of interesting. I don't know what that means. But there's certainly, when I first came to the UK from the US 12 years ago, there really wasn't much of a culture of crowdfunding here. And it seems to be, it's being picked up more and more by artists because other sources of funding are being squeezed, as Ash mentioned. What is, when you say you do a strategy meeting with artists when they come to Greenlit, what do you cover in that strategy meeting?
I always start actually by asking people to just tell me a bit about their project, which actually, from my perspective, I don't necessarily need to know. However, it's really good practice to see how good people are at pitching shortly. One thing, people never remember to say the name of their project when they're pitching to me. 9 times out of 10, it's not mentioned. And that's really mention the name of your project when you're talking with people. Number 1 rule of a pitch. And then normally it's stuff like timeline, budget, everything. We're not going to check your budget like an arts tax application or a grant is, but you'll, for yours, want to have it in place. And also coming to me and saying, oh, I want to do this project. I'm not really sure. It could be 5K, it could be 15. It doesn't help you strategize. Normally we talk about how big your network we're looking at. Most of crowdfunding happens after one-to-one conversations. The kind of worst case scenario math is that for each person you reach out to, about 10 pounds comes in. And that's a number that's taken from people complaining to me that they're not raising any money. So generally, actually, I think that number is a bit higher. But it is a lot of work to reach out to people on that level. So if you're trying to raise 10K, you're actually reaching out to 1,000 people in a one-on-one way, which is a lot, but it is something that's doable. So basically, in that initial campaign meeting, we kind of go over that, think about our network size, how we can grow our network, where else there might be possible other networks that we can access through our own network. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's to say the word network again, all network.
Thanks, guys. And there's something about crowdfunding too that is, it's awareness raising as well as getting money in. So I'll toot my own horn for a second here. My project is called The Queen is Mad, which is, we have a Greenlit campaign open now for the Edinburgh Fringe run that we're doing. And it has been part of a bigger strategy to let people know that we're going to the Fringe, to get people excited about it, to promote the London previews and the performances in Edinburgh. And there's lots of people who have given a little bit of money and who say, I can't wait to get a ticket. So there's a lot to be said for the visibility of crowdfunding that is just a lot more visible to your potential audience than it is, for example, if you're sitting in your room writing a grant, your audience is not seeing that work, you're not seeing the project. So there's kind of a twofold aim for crowdfunding, I think, that's quite unique to that platform.
Definitely, and I will say, if you're doing a fringe show, I think A, it's just a good way to spread awareness. B, not everyone's going up to Edinburgh in August, so it can be a way to support. And 3, a lot of people don't realize you can't get, well, you can get the Keep It Fringe Fund, which is, related to Arts Council England, but you can't apply to Arts Council England for work at the Edinburgh Fringe, because that's Arts Scotland.
Right. No, you can't apply directly for just going to the Fringe.
Yeah. You can include it in your development process and a larger process, but people come to me all the time saying, oh, I put an application for my fringe budget for the Arts Council, and I go, ooh, that's a great time.
Yeah, so hopefully what you're picking up from this so far is that planning is really essential. Whatever funding you're going for, and in fact, to make a project happen at all, whether you've got funding for it or not, planning is absolutely essential. It's to say, working really in tandem with both of these ideas, you don't have to have that funding to apply to the Arts Council. It's not required, however, the chances that you're not going to look as competitive without that funding are pretty good. So, we sort of say 10%. Depends how much you're asking for. If you're putting in a £100,000 application, I would say up to 40%. You need that funding, and so crowdfunding is a fantastic way of getting that. Even if it's just like £1,000, it really can up a match funding application, and especially when you have it already, it's in bag, in your pocket, and it's really strong. And partnerships. Is the other thing. Partnerships with art organizations, with local, councils, with local community centers, with libraries, with all sorts of anyone in your sphere are very important. Brilliant. Yeah, I think this connects to what Ash said earlier about using money to get money, using support to get more support. When I've had Arts Council applications be successful in my own work, it's been because we had a residency at a venue that was giving us a week of free space for performance, or just a week of free spaces, and received money. Shout out to Arts Depot over there, hey guys. That was totally transformative, and that allowed us to then leverage that into our Arts Council budget and get the full budget for the show. So it really, I suppose it's about getting that snowball started, and knowing what your plan is, beginning somewhere. Probably the timeline is the flexible thing. Unless you have a situation where you can go ahead whether you get the money or not. There's always, I generally, when I do a project, have plans A, B, C, and D. And if it gets to plan D and that doesn't come through, then I kind of start again. Because time has gone by. But there's, yeah, so I would say, Ash, do you want to say a bit more about that idea of using money to get money, and sort of how long that might take on is there such a thing as an average?
No, I guess again, with the vast majority of what I would suggest happens is you try and get a little bit of match money from anywhere. You take it to Arts Council and try and get more money. That's the vast majority of the project I've ever worked on. That's been lineage in how that's got funding. So if I imagine that route, we always try and suggest that you imagine you're going to submit your Arts Council application at least twice. And we used to say that when things were more optimistic. Yeah. So now it's, I don't know, 3 times. But you build that in from the beginning, you build that knowledge in, and you flesh out your timeline in your Arts Council application, however you need to do that with all the important rehearsing marketing activity that you need to do that takes twice as long than the next time you're submitting the application. But I would also suggest that, like, I couldn't, we always say to people, like, of course it says in the Arts Council guidance that you aren't required to have match money, but in a grant that's so competitive, why would you not put yourself in the best position? I would love to know how many applications each year actually don't have any match funding attached to them. And I think that is cash match, not just in kind match. I think that cash is king in this situation. Having some cash match behind you puts you in a more competitive situation, and that is confirmed cash match. So if I am doing a project, I'm always imagining that I'm going to submit my Arts Council, let's say under 30 at least twice. So by that point, we're talking about more than 16 weeks, because you need to tweak it, rewrite it again, respond to any feedback, change the timelines or whatever. In the interim between putting it in, hearing back, being a no, feeling sad, picking yourself up, doing it again, putting it in again, dealing with it, whatever. That takes a few days. So by that point, you're thinking about kind of 18, 20, even 22-week timeline, because you've got your 8 weeks between you submit to Arts Council, and then you don't want to say, like, I will hear about the money and I will start working that day, because that's not legal. And also, right now, it's taking around 20 working days or a month to get the money, even after you put in you told you got it, you put your bank details, you have to go away for a day, you come back, you put in some more stuff, you go away, you come back. 20 working days later, the money pops in your account. So that's a month. So you need to kind of factor all of that into your timeline looking. So now we're talking about 22 weeks of Arts Council application writing, a month of nothing doing at the end. So now we're at 26 weeks. This is before you submit your Arts Council, okay? So this is now, by the time you're submitting your Arts Council grant, you should have your other funding. You should have all your partners built, your web of partners that makes your project sound absolutely impossible to refuse. Loads of them have chipped in some money. You've got crowdfunding, you've got it coming from all over the place. You've been doing that before the 26 weeks I've just talked about. So if you're right into the old Possums Trust in Bedfordshire, if that's your thing, or if you're getting money from London Community Foundation, or if you're going to Rules for All because your project deals with social isolation or something like that, that's a 20-week, that's a 16-week turnaround. It's a bit of an easier application, you can get up to 20 grand, but it's a 16-week turnaround, so that's 4 months. So now we're talking about loads of maths. So, really on time.
Thank you. And if you're listening to this and going, oh my goodness, I could never. What support is there available to people who are making an application to the Arts Council, through the Arts Council itself, or Ash, I know you have support and resources?
Yeah, I mean, we made a template because we made it ourselves. You can download it for you if that's of any use. If you have access requirements, you can go to Arts Council to get access support.
We have that you contact customer services, you explain that you want to speak about access support, that put through to the person who's in charge of that, there's a budget for someone to provide access support. That's not helping you write it, as in they're not a producer, they're not going to share your project, but they will give you access support to help you to write something. beyond accessible, it's from the Arts Council. Well, we do we have been doing pretty large online ones recently. We kind of stopped them right at the moment because, as I say, things are changing a little bit. We do, however, have those resources recorded, and you can contact the Arts Council and ask for that. So you can watch an hour of someone talking live about how it works with the PowerPoint presentation. There's also on the website quite a lot of that. There's some videos, and there's templates and all those sorts of things. The Uncultured templates are a little bit easier to find and use, to be honest, but we also have some. Yeah, and then we will at some point. You kind of get yourself on the newsletter.
It used to be Twitter was the place to find out when those things are happening.
Yeah.
They're not really often advertised on the newsletters. But now it's like, oh, yeah,
We do put it on Instagram, so if you follow us on Instagram, they will come up. But probably it will be a couple of months before we start doing them again. Yeah, and then you can sign up for them. A lot of people stuff, we don't get that many sign-ups, so do come. They're really informative, and they're always being presented by 2 or 3 different art forums, relationship managers who really know their stuff. So
I would say as well, is there anywhere that you can get the information from? Because I think the very difficult thing, right, it's going to matter where you are based geographically. It's going to matter what your art form is. It's going to matter what stage of your career you're at. There are things that I would say in an Arts Council workshop that aren't Arts Council. You know, I would be saying, like, you need to read Let's Create. You need to have a cash hand. You can't say that in an Arts Council workshop because the guidance doesn't say that. But that is my overwhelming experience. Pam can talk more broadly here, but, you know, you're not speaking directly to the guidance. So I would just try and like get as much information. And again, that's not just Arts Council, that's like any fund that comes up. It's as much as that is like exhausting unpaid labour. The hope is that it, I'm not going to get that, but it just is exhausting unpaid labour. That's terrible. I would try and get your information from multiple sources because you will find different information from those multiple sources. If you are in an area that is a priority place, you can think about your application differently, in my opinion. If you're in an area, if you're in whatever your thing is worth finding out information about your particular type of work, about your particular type of information. And honestly, there are just so many people, from so many of us, everywhere, all the time. Arts Council can't help every single person individually, but you'll find the information elsewhere. Your local NPO might have a remit to support you. Your local organisation, other people, like, you're probably not leaning on other freelancers unless you're paying them, but there are people whose remits encourage them to support the development of artists in their local area or their field or their discipline or their whatever. So they're always good places to go to.
Great, thank you. Kind of picking that up in sustainability and scale, I think there's something to discuss here about designing a project for where you are in your career and where the project is in its development. I remember a conversation Grace and I had a couple of years ago, which was I had grand plans for my Action Museum ukulele show, which is still going to happen at some point, and has had some development with crowdfunding that we did through Greenlit. And I sort of went into that meeting saying, okay, so we need corporate sponsorship, and I think we can get people who make ukulele strings to give us $10,000. Why is it dollars? What's happening? I live here. And Grace said, okay, so cool, there is definitely a £100,000 version of your project. That sounds amazing. What could you do with $4,000 to take the next step? And I think that's a really important question, to say, what can I do with an achievable, attainable amount of money from where I am to get one step further? And Ashley said something about scaling down projects. Do you want to kind of pick up that thread and run with it?
Well, I guess it's just, you said about, you know, your plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. I think lots of people do. And I think that just make sure, or my plea is always, don't let that plan E ever be, and then I just won't take it, because that's not
your job then. You're doing a nice hobby. Don't buy brass council money for that hobby. There are carrying that. But I think you need to ensure that the money that you get, if you get a commission from somebody and you use that to go and apply to Arts Council and the model that we talked about, and that Arts Council money never comes through, if you probably can't do the version of the project that you imagined that you would do with the additional £30,000 you hope to get from Arts Council. If you, for whatever reason, I mean, I would just be going to have my money back, frankly, but if you, for whatever reason, need to then do some work for that 3,000 that you've got, you have to do your best to scale the work to ensure that you're not just all, you've got a team of 10 people working completely unpaid, you're putting on a show for 5 nights somewhere, they're taking the money in the box office, or whatever. You need to totally down tools and start again and rethink it all through and scale your work, bring it right back to something you can afford, a version you can afford. That's 3 days R&D in a shed, that's what you can do. But it is within your power to scale your work to ensure that you are not perpetuating an unpaid labour workforce across our sector. And that is something we will have to do actively as a verb. We shouldn't just sort of go, well, I didn't get money, but I really believe in the work, like so does everyone. But it is perpetuating an unpaid labour workforce. And none of us want or need that.
I would say also, kind of associated with that, when you apply to the Arts Council, you can apply to up to 30,000. Please don't apply for 29,999, which a lot of people do. Because we really want you to think about not how much money can I get out of the Arts Council in order to kind of just make as much as I can out of this work, but we really want you to think about what is it you're trying to achieve with this stage of the work. And it might only be the first stage. We do see projects come back in from multiple grants. There's not a problem with that sort of schedule of development. It just needs to be really genuine to what is available to you, what people you've got, everyone's being paid fairly, that you're going to do really good work in a small and it's more competitive if you can come in for less money in those sorts of patterns. So I would really highly don't think, oh well, I could do it for 12,000, but I'm just going to ask for 25 because you'd be more likely to get the 12.
I think as well, just as a little thing, I do a lot of advisories and things like that, artists, and I read a lot of people's Arts Council applications, lots of read for feedback type things. So many people put really small amounts of money, day rates and things and fees, and they say, well, you're not Arts Council, you get more money than that. And I always say, like, no, Arts Council want people to be happy, they don't want people like starving, they want people to flourish. Like, there are aspects of this create that are about the development of freelancers. You are a body for artists, for the development of artists. I think it's a real, whatever the right word is, but a myth that will not fuck off. The Arts Council are really keen that we charge really, really low day rates, and I don't think that's true in any way.
There's a question that asks what you're based your fair pay on, and yeah, most people try to use ITC. That's probably the standard ITC contracts, but sometimes it's London living wage, which is a little bit low, but it's a standard, so we can't accept it. But we're not allowed to turn out an application because you haven't paid people. But honestly, quietly, if we see that people are being paid really badly, it's just not a competitive application.
Great, thank you. ITC rates of pay is the thing to Google if that's new to you. It's a big list of, ITC is the Independent Theatre Council. And it's a list of what various people on the project, designers, directors, actors, stage managers, the standardized fees negotiated with unions.
The minimums, negotiating with the market.
Oh, thank you, Ash.
It's always worth thinking whether you can afford to live on £120 a day if you only work a minimum, a maximum of about 140 days a year. That's a whole lot. But if they are minimums negotiated with unions and the market, so you can ask for more than that, and if you're not part of that union, you have no recourse to go there anyway. I'm not part of an union, not for any particular reason, but not.
there are many other unions who suggest other amounts. There are many ways of working out your day rate. ITC is not telling you that is what you should ask for. It's stating that as a minimum. So it's a minimum. It's not the standard, and it's not the average. It's a minimum, and it is negotiated between the unions and what markets are willing to pay for it. So remember that, because you can ask more.
Brilliant, thank you very much. On that, we've got a few more minutes left, and I want to open the floor to questions. Yes, Jack.
I was told that for the arts council applications that it's a good thing to, as you mentioned, build your project. So apply for something and then reapply and want to scale it up. Is that a strategy that you find attractive, or is that a myth?
Each application is sort of judged on its own merits. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. Definitely, projects could work that way. But it's not like it's not a benefit or a problem to it either way. It will be judged on where are you in that project's lifespan, who are your partners, what is your ambition for that project, who are you reaching, how much funding do you have, and it'll be judged each time on that. So a lot of people do their R&D or their development and do their first show, and then their show will be successful, and they come back in because they've got a small tour, and they've got fees from 5 venues, say to them, to another project that's really successful, and it's the demand. So it's not a strategy, so to speak, to do it that way, but if that's how your project needs to be built, it's absolutely fine. Thank you. Any other questions in the back?
I actually have 2 questions. So one of them is, always like something about the application and offering to be done and all of that. Like, is that something that you recommend stating in the application that you'll be submitting it? Or is it like, if, say, like the feedback previously was that everything was fine with the application, but other applications were preferred, would you still recommend, saying that we're resubmitting this because blah, 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 or is that not valid?
Well, sorry, I'm just saying going on a little bit deaf. I think I understood the resubmissions are when we sit at the panel. So the way it works is that we get every week in London. London is quite oversubscribed. It's oversubscribed. London's particularly bad. We get maybe 30 applications at panel, and there's 2 of us that make a decision. And I'm not on every week, but I have done it. And we get a list of all these submissions. So as long as you're submitting it in the same name, the same project name, then it will be picked up as a resubmission. You can say it's a resubmission if you want to drive home the point. Largely I think it's a good idea to make sure we realize it's a resubmission. Sometimes people kind of change the name so that we don't realize it's a resubmission, and that's more confusing than anything else. It's good to know that somebody has either responded to the feedback or is really still trying to change a bit of the project. One of the things I'd say, resubmissions are really frustrating. It's a really frustrating process to have to do it over that amount of time, but a lot, in truth, of the time I see projects that aren't really quite ready, people just are desperate to get going, and by the resubmission, they've got it sorted. They've had all that time while they've been waiting for a response to really build the project and talk to partners. And by the time they get in, their money's come in, it's a much stronger project. So it's kind of good for us to know that that's where you are. Thank you. Right, and so, yes, go ahead.
Is there any disadvantage to submitting multiple project applications simultaneously if you're working on different projects, for example?
I mean, you're not allowed to submit projects at the same time before you get a decision. So you have to have it at the moment. See, these are some of the technicalities that may change in the next couple of months, but at the moment, you can submit a second application once you've heard the result from the first one. Thank you.
Sorry, just to follow up. If one of your projects is being submitted by local partners, like NE, for example, that wouldn't necessarily prevent it from doing that.
I mean, we know that artists are working on
loads of things at once. So we wouldn't put together people's names probably from one application to another, right? That's fine.
In terms of having the team members on your project, is it a strong application that team members are doing project like more experience and have more relationship after doing it before, or is it strong relationship like emerging artists and if it's not very
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'll say things and you can tell me they're wrong. It'll be a test. In my understanding, your application is understood about the quality of what you're saying you're going to do and all of those and the experience and background of those who work on your project. And I guess it depends what sort of project it is as to whether it is of more benefit to you that you've got a really experienced team, or whether it's of more benefit to you that you are supporting and bringing up emerging artists. I would say, you know, if maybe some of the more experienced artists I might be working with who might have some members of a really experienced team, but we might be mentoring others, so bringing up people through. So there's kind of a mixed portfolio of that.
Yeah, I think it's quite a hard question because it depends on the project. Like it depends on lots of parts of the project. We don't have any distinct sort of priorities like, oh, it's an emerging artist, therefore it's a stronger application, or it's an artist with a track record, therefore it's a strong. All those pieces sort of have to fit together for it to be strong. So yeah, it's sort of if it suits your project.
I guess one thing is where possible knowing who your team are. Because lots of applications that are just like, oh, well, now I employ a lighting designer, or this designer, or that designer. And I'm just like, who are these people? How are you never going to talk about it? Especially not kind of like, they're inclusivity and relevance to the project. Like, what are you going to say about this team that you will find once you have money? It's okay to have a team penciled or discuss something. Am I okay to put you in this application? You've not worked with them in the past, however your particular relationships are. I think it's definitely a benefit to know as many different team members as possible, especially those who are actively doing the art or the management of the project.
Yeah, I'd also say it's worth telling people you're putting them in the application because I know a lot of people that sometimes say, oh, you're working for so-and-so, and they have no idea what I'm talking about.
Wow. I think there's still some questions. We need to let you go back to the marketplace now, I'm afraid. But I'll hang out here for a bit, and if you have questions I can answer, I will try and answer them. You're welcome to stay or not. I won't commit everyone.
And there's a question box in the middle of the marketplace back where you can write questions, and we'll get into any
Super, I'll get to that. Excellent. I'll also just quickly plug that I and my colleague now at the Cockpit run advice sessions. We have 2 days of those available to book on the website per month. So if you want some help designing a project to apply for money, we can help with kind of planning and budgeting and timeline and that sort of thing. But all that remains is to say thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for watching, for your attention, and go get some projects.
today, which is tools for collaboration. So if you'd like to participate in this panel, please come and sit down. The marketplace will be closed after the end of this panel, but there will be a chance to network with everyone. As you came in, you would have got a free drinks token, so please do use that and stay and chat with the people you met today. But yes, the fun panel will be starting in just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. Hello everybody, Josie has to leave soon, so we're going to start. Please come sit down panel. Great. We're going to begin and you can just slowly down to your seats. Hello everybody, my name is Mary, she has pronouns, and I'm the director of the Live Art Development Agency, which is an organisation in East London that develops live art and interdisciplinary performance practice, research, infrastructure and community. And our vision is for a more expansive cultural sector that prioritises learning, practices resistance, embraces dissent, and invites possibility about what art can be and do. And Stump invited me here today to host and moderate a conversation about collaboration, looking at how we're working together between artists and producers and venues. And I have got something written on this phone, and the reason that I went into producing is because I developed stage fright, so I am going to read from my phone to begin with, because this is a big stage. So yeah, Stan invited me to host and moderate this panel discussion about collaboration, thinking about how we collaborate in the current climate when internally we're experiencing scarcity of opportunity, and externally we're experiencing a politically fast increase of right-wing backlash and censorship directed at artists and venues. And the context is that all of us, across artists, producers and venue teams, are all struggling to keep going with the energy and resources that we need. And we're also now dealing with any hopes that we had about the new leadership of this country being dashed when our government chose warfare over welfare, rolled back trans rights, and we're now showing their true colours with regards to migration. So all of this to say is it's taking a lot of resilience to keep navigating the new reality of working and living. And we need each other more than ever to find the strength and the creative freedom to keep going, especially if we're going to keep making process-led experimental practices that take risks and challenge the status quo. So we need to exercise our collaboration muscles and understand what it takes to collaborate in this new context. So the question for the lovely panel who will introduce themselves in a minute today is, what does good collaboration feel like? How are we tending to our relationships and support frameworks? And how can we do right by each other and support each other to continue to take risks and be brave in this climate? And the two kind of qualities that I want to bring to that discussion today is one of trust and one of responsibility as kind of core pillars of good collaboration. Both trust and responsibility can be hard to quantify, define or fix, and most importantly they're felt differently by every individual depending on their lived experience. And they can be framed and committed to in our policies and structures, but the important thing to hold on to is that they exist and are felt in actual dynamics between real people living real lives. So to start with, what is trust? What does it feel like to trust and be trusted in a collaboration? What impact has a lack of trust had on past collaborations? And to what degree do we limit risk-taking when trust is absent? So you can also think of that for yourselves as you listen to these speakers today. And to give you this word from Adrian Marie Brown, that we move at the speed of trust. And so often when we find ourselves in a crisis or a stagnation, a lack of trust is at the core of that. And secondly, what does responsibility mean in the context within which we work? So when I talk about responsibility, what I'm talking about is recognition, acknowledgement, and mindful action in relation to power. So we know power can cause harm, but we also need power to make things happen. But how power is acknowledged, distributed, and taken responsibility for can create the impact of collaboration and trust. And that's something we need to think about between venues and artists. How can we take responsibility for our power, and what actions do we have the power to take that our collaborators don't, and how can we share power? So, with that as a backdrop, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. Krishna, will you begin?
Hello everyone, my name is Krishna and I am a performance artist and writer and theatre maker. I'm currently making a trilogy of work about my experience as a trans person with a family and baby. During the first part of the show, which is called First Trimester, which is a durational participatory performance piece, in which I stood on stage and interviewed hundreds of people in the press to find me my partner's sperm donor. And the next part of the trilogy we're making at the moment is a show that I'll be performing with my mum as we move into this next part of this pregnancy journey.
Thank you, Krishna. Ella? Hello.
program producer at CX Centre, which means that my focus is a little bit more on the making the seasons work happen, where we present work at the AC and spring autumn seasons. But we're a super small team, so we work across lots of different aspects as well.
Hello, I'm Josie Sheehan, and most recently I made I'm a hit maker and producer, and yeah, most recently made a show called A Little Inquest into What We're All Doing Here, which I think is also why I'm here today. And that show was based on an experience I had with another show that was cancelled before it was seen. Yeah. More? No, leave it there. More? Yeah. I guess, yeah, so it was based on the show that was cancelled that was before it was seen was a show called The Family Sex Show, which was programmed and then unprogrammed by venues and funded and then unfunded by the Arts Council. And so it's about that and sort of, wandering around why all of those things happen.
And I should say that the common denominator between us is that we all of our work has appeared in the Daily Mail. Yes. Which is also the context part of this discussion. So yes, just starting with this idea of trust, what it feels like to trust and trust in collaboration, what impact lack of trust might have, and how it might impact risk taking. Krishna, I wanted to start with you. So you work with incredibly close and intimate autobiographical content to make your work, and I'm wondering what it takes for you to trust a venue with that material.
I think the basic answer is that if they trust me, I probably trust them. And by that I mean I think there is such a lack of trust in artists to make the work they want to make, and I think that also is twofold if you're marginalized in any way. I'm just thinking about my first trimester, which is the first show, and I was talking about a durational show where I'm interviewing people for a spontaneous. Some of the responses we got from venues and programmers seemed sort of patronizing in many ways. For example, them going, "Oh, do you know the climate you're making the show with?" And there's actually quite a lot of like anti-trans sentiment at the moment, which is interesting because I was the only trans person in the room with lived experience, of course, I know what the world is like at the moment. So I think in many ways, if they trust me to make the right choices, but also I think a level of fear from venues and programmers when it's autobiographical work, because the fear is you're either saying too much or you're revealing too much, but there's no trust in assuming that I might know how much to reveal or not reveal. So I think if they trust me to make the right choices personally and creatively, I probably trust them to have the work to answer the question.
Josie, so again, you went through a kind of, people who've seen the Inquest will know what Josie went through with the Family Sex Show, and went through a kind of big backlash from the press and right of groups and things. I guess the question is, what did it take to trust, for you to trust it was safe to come back and make it work again, and to take the risk on actually a very bold show like the Inquest?
I think, I think the trust, the show at Inquest was lots of things, but one of the things that it was for me was sort of maybe like a temperature check, and maybe that was also trust related. Who would like the show about this thing that happened, and who would like to program it, and who would like to come and watch it. And I guess 2/3 years on from the experience,
was not being programmed, or I was not making work with my own name on it, and I was not being funded. And so I didn't feel like I had a lot to lose. So the trust was sort of non-existent, I guess. No one was asking for it back. Yeah. That answer it? Did it have? Yeah, it didn't have the trust. It's stupid, maybe. No, I was given trust. I was given a stage really generously, and like probably the biggest trust that I have ever been given. James, who runs the venues in Edinburgh at the Olympic Festival, which I guess is a festival that encourages trust across venues and makers and audiences, said, have this stage. And I said, can I have the bigger one, please? And he said, yes, you can. And I went, okay, well, I'm a book. And it was okay. Yeah, so I guess it's sort of his trust that then has a ripple effect, right? Like other people then started to trust again and program the work again and start conversations about new work again, but without that one person to make that jump. Yeah, and to really trust fully. That's hard.
Can I say this is just one more question? And how did a sort of lack of trust play out in your experience with architecture and venues?
Well, I guess it's kind of weird, because what happened was I was given a lot of trust by venues and by funders to make the show. And then a lack of trust came from a group of people who, for lots of reasons, didn't trust the content or the theme or the audiences to be able to look at that work and take it on in the way that they wanted to, that then made the venues and the funders question, and I guess they didn't trust themselves, maybe, in the end. So that then made me not trust them, I guess. Yeah. Does that make sense?
So as a person working at a venue producer, how do you demonstrate trust in the artist's creative process? Or do you commit to an artist's process regardless of what the outcome will be, and what feeds into that decision?
I think when I was thinking about this question, like a huge part of it is like building a relationship between, as like individuals, as producers, between artists. Like, of course, taking the responsibilities to like learn about the work and getting to know the work, but I do feel like a big part of it as well is creating space and time to learn about each other. And to build a relationship where you can collaborate together. So I've talked a lot today about this kind of point zero of how do you establish a relationship with BAC, which is now we've tried to formalise it a bit more in what offering is. If you've never worked with BAC before, to offer a week of just making space in kind. And whilst that offer is about coming and making work with us, actually, the more I think about it, the more that week, if you've never worked with us before, is the responsibility of the producers who invest time and, don't just like say hello on Monday and then not see them again. Invest the time, go for the coffee, not just even talk about the work, but like, not keeping it like a professional relationship, but it does need like the kind of industry that we're in. There needs to be some kind of rapport built, and we need to be able to connect to think as human beings and like be able to communicate with each other and go on that journey of building trust. Which I think from my fairly limited experience of just working with BAC,
it can often get twisted, like, and become this sort of artist versus venue relationship, and the venue or the organisation becomes like anti, the thing to push back against and the thing to fight against. And there's a reason for that, obviously, like people's past experiences and what has been experienced what you've experienced previously, and as a collective history has fostered that kind of mistrust of organisation. So, okay, we exist in that. So then, I, as an individual person that works on behalf of an organisation, I think a lot about how to crack through that kind of barrier between the artist and the organisation, and present myself as a person, and get to know people and get to know practice, and be able to have some fun with someone at the end of the day, or go for the drink, or I think we don't have to become best friends, but I think creating a relationship leads to trust and collaborative working.
Josie, Christian, do you have any thoughts on how that's about the other end?
Well, just to add on that, we were talking earlier about how actually we don't trust venues, we trust people. And sometimes there's people who, which means we don't trust the venue, we might trust the new venue instead. Just to add to that, I feel like as an artist, I feel that too. It's like, it's a personal connection with someone as opposed to like the building or the organisation.
And that can work both ways, right? Because you can have a really good relationship with the person, and then they leave, but your work is still going to happen in that venue, and you can be like, oh shit, actually, that's the person that I trusted to hold this, which is tricky. I think it's often what you're saying as well. There's something that is like every relationship, whether it's a working relationship or not, like, you have to understand what that relationship is and what you both expect from each other and what you need from each other and what you want from each other and what the realities are as well, right? And all of that is mostly down to just open communication and being honest with each other and checking in. So I think those are the times where I'm like, oh, I know what's happening here, or I understand the process that they're going through right now, and I understand why I'm here and that's happening there. It's just knowing the bigger context of where you fit within an organisation. I think is really useful.
And one actually really specific question I have on that for all of you, which is, I think one moment that often where trust gets broken on the communication breaks is around feedback. And when you're in a commissioning relationship, as a venue commissioning an artist, or an artist being commissioned by a venue, and you're in this kind of long process of making together. But there's a moment when you do a sharing, and the venue gives feedback. And I'm wondering, like, what's your preference in that moment?
I've never been commissioned by a venue, so I'm not allowed to do that. But I do think, that feedback is really important because the venue is part of the collaboration. If they have commission, they are the collaborator in that process in some way. And at the same time, there has to be trust so that the artist can take on the feedback that they want to and leave the feedback that they don't want to. And commissioning or programming or whatever the relationship is here's this thing, I trust you to do your thing, I guess.
Yeah, you can tell when they really care and the notes are coming from a place of like love and trust as opposed to careful work, as opposed to maybe notes that are them trying to make the work less risky or trying to make the work a bit more sanitary. I feel like you can tell the difference, and as an artist you decide whether you take that or not at the end of the day. But I feel like when it's real and it's genuine, you can tell, and you usually want to take it on board.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the roles of responsibility. And I guess one thing that when Krishna and I went to see Josie's show when it was at BBC recently,
because of the actual full backdrop. I was working at the AC when the first trimester was commissioned. We both said to each other as we left that we felt quite sad because we felt like Josie had basically gone through something that allowed us to have really good practices now. And that feeling of like somebody being the kind of the person that goes through the crisis, and then the next being the artists and producers that learn from that crisis and get to take the learning, but then feeling the kind of weight of what you went through traumatized. So the question from that, Josie, is what would or do you ask for now from organisations that you didn't necessarily know to ask for before around the sexual crisis?
Just to go back quickly, because there's like where we are sort of like societally or culturally, like what happened was going to happen to someone, and it could have been anyone. So it's big and it's not that big, like, you know, I'm here. But I think that maybe part of the problem is to do with trust and the feelings is like we were all learning, and the pace that we can learn at is only so much, and the pace that sometimes we know what's going to come and we can prepare it, sometimes we don't know what's going to come, and so you're dealing with it. And I think that somewhere it links somewhere with failure and like the ability to fail or make mistakes and be like, that's okay, we were in that together. And equally, sometimes I'm like, oh, if I'd have done that differently, things would be different for all of the artists to follow and not to make work that is risky, like in quotation marks. So that works both ways, like we're all sorry. Things that I ask venues for now, question. I guess it's mostly like, are you ready? Do you know what could happen? Are you aware that this happened? Do you know who I am? Like, not do you know who I am, but like, do you know the sort of reputation that comes with being associated with me, unfortunately, and what that means, and will you stand by me? And what it means in practical terms is like, here's a bunch of documents and risk assessments and procedures and policies. What do you think? How does that sit with you? Here's the reactive press statement. Can you write one? Can I okay it? Like, can we be in this together? When something happens, I need to be part of that conversation. But mostly, yeah, like, are you ready? And are you ready to do it together?
And yes, similar to you, I guess, Krishna, what tools do you have in place to share the responsibility around managing the nature of the work? Like thinking about things like risk assessments or how you build a team around you, who's responsible for what between you and the organisation and collaborators?
I think quite similarly, a lot of paperwork. I think with first trimester specifically, we have like a manifesto that we worked with at projects, and it was just a list of potential things that the writer media could say, or potential things you could find on Twitter and responding to them. And also having like a system in place, having learned from your experience, unfortunately, that if something were to happen, who do you go to? Do not respond with that. Engaging us, do not, and you can't make decisions for us, stuff like that. But also with first trimester, we did things like we worked with a lawyer specifically because it was a whole thing that if one of the people I interviewed we picked as a sponge donor, then no money should have exchanged their hands for it to be legal. There was a whole thing around this. We basically had to put like a bunch of things in place that meant if something were to happen, we know that we covered our bags. But to answer your question, I think it's how do we share that load? I think the only thing we can do is be as prepared as we can from having learned from other things around us, and we bring that to the venue, and then it's the venue's job to do the other half of it, which is hold up your end of the bargain, make sure you back the work if something goes wrong, like do things we've agreed you do as opposed to doing random things, like, because often I feel like you can have this manifesto and you can like be speaking to the programmers and people at the venue, but then the marketing team has never heard about this manifesto, they don't know what's going on, so then something happens and then they respond without having been engaged in this conversation at all. So I guess it's the venue's thing after a certain point to deal with that to some extent.
Yeah, and just to add a bit about manifesto, it's like a document that says, it's a written piece of writing that basically says, this is our reason that we believe in this work, this is why we stand for this work, this is why we do this work. And both your team as artists wrote that, and the venue wrote a statement of that. So it meant that when it came later, that was already in writing. You can't make that up later on and edit it because of the crisis that's happening. He said that in the beginning, which was really strong. And there I guess, yeah, from the venue side, BA seeks to support work that's bold and it explores otherwise hidden perspectives and takes risks in terms of both form and also critical rigor. What do you have in place as a team to be able to take responsibility and build trust with artists, that you'll be able to stand by the work and with the artists and the intended audience?
I mean, when we worked with Krishna and the first trimester team, it blew this open for me, and I think as an organisation actually, like we have policies, we have a social media policy, there were calls from the house, procedures and policies of what you do in if there's disruption in the audience and that kind of thing, showstop procedures, but nothing to the level of detail that was required to present that work safely, or as safely as we possibly could first trimester, and really, really eye-opening. So you're absolutely right. It took the organisation as a whole to really get hold of that, that was so generously provided, the sort of documentation manifestos and the framework was really provided actually by the first trimester team. We were also presenting a work called Making of Pinocchio, which was also a foregrounding trans story. And so it was at the same time, and they also were working with arts admin and also created some processes and procedures around this, and all of it came at the same time. And it was, yeah, we really got hold of it and understood the rigor that was required to properly engage all elements, all sort of teams within the building. I think the biggest group that gets missed out in venues is like the casual front of house team, who, you know, we can endlessly speak in a meeting in the meeting room, in the roof in the office about what we're going to do in these situations. And then actually on the ground, these kind of freelancers that come in every now and again and get this 20-minute briefing and suddenly have to be the ones that potentially deal with that situation. So with first trimester, we try to like take the process back. It's not just the briefing when people arrive in the building, but they're given this information. We offered some trans-inclusive training that happened like we still before, I think, or before the show, sort of landing presentation for the front of house teams and the office teams, the operation teams in the building. We have really careful processes that were carefully gone through with that front of house team, because it needed to feel empowered to act. People need to feel empowered to do something, know what to do and how to do it and who to do it with. And I think that we in the office all felt pretty confident. But that next step was making sure that the people actually have to do the business of interacting with the public, and some people potentially sort of listening knew what they were doing as well. And that has changed my approach, our approach as an organisation now, like permanently, which is like an amazing thing to come out of it, and we're forever grateful for you to bring And but yeah, now every show is that could present some kind of risk to the artists involved, to the audiences, to anyone working in our building. We'll go through this more rigorous process, and we'll create individualized documents, process documents that respond to like individual themes in the show that include if there are particular groups or communities out there that could pose risk to protesting, what are the badges to look out for, what are the logos, what is the t-shirt, and the training that comes around that is also like, okay, well, if you see someone wearing that t-shirt, that's quite nuanced as well. Do I just go and say, like, you're not allowed in here? Or like, how do you navigate that? It's really complicated. So we try to empower the front cast teams with the knowledge of like how to navigate those situations for every show that could pose some kind of risk. And social media policies as well, like we have one, but now it's about, we've got our template, and we work in collaboration, or we put the offer out there. Not every show needs it, but some shows, people do get back and say, yeah, we need to work quite carefully with you on this and make sure it's really clear. If something happens, you don't talk to this person, you talk to this person, this F is A, B, and C of how we're going to respond, and everyone's looped in. Makes it sound perfect, and I'm sure it will go wrong again, and like it's complicated stuff. I'm not saying that we're working in a perfect way now, but we're definitely got our eyes open more.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just thinking because like all of the policies and procedures and words are like great on one level, but it is about the actions, and I think we love to chat, don't we, in theatre? We love to think about it all, and we don't always do a lot of it. So I think that again comes back to the like, it's great when there's things to fall back on or guidelines, but really it's just about actually being a human being with another person or another group of people, and seeing that they're like, because they're nuanced situations as well, right? And that's difficult, but we have to trust that we can sit in these uncomfortable places, and we have to be patient with each other as well.
Also, just to add, isn't it absolutely well that we do all of this with theatre? It's like, come on, it's just like stories on the stage and people revolting again on the stage. Just lived experience of different people staged on the stage. Like, it's wild, honestly.
Also, I think, just to share that BBC did get a Daily Mail article about first trimester of PhD, which never went anywhere because of the plans that were placed. One of the really great lines of it was it says, it's 3 hours long with no interval, which I think is particularly outrageous.
Daily Mail.
That's it. We've got like 5 minutes left for questions. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for that discussion, everyone. What's your view on show audiences, like say having performances just for younger people or older people? Do you think that's like an opportunity for like validation of performance? Do you think that's a negative thing because it's not? It's reduced, but I just wanted to see what your view on it was.
Well, it sounds great to me. I love to watch a show with a whole trans audience. I mean, as a performer, I don't feel any particular way about it. As an audience member, if I was watching something that might be connected to my experience, I love to watch a group of people who I feel the same way. And from a lot of perspective, something to me.
said, but it would be really context specific. I'd really want to work with the artists to understand why and yeah, the argument is not again as a venue. I want to I would want to work with that artist to achieve that vision if why made sense in terms of the work that they're making.
Anybody else? Yeah.
How do you guys break the stage?
What did you say, sorry? How do you break the stage fright?
What, from the beginning to now?